2, 1, we are live. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nations in Treaty 3 territory. I'll introduce the panel members. I'm Marcel Laurando. I'll be chairing. Michelle Duncan is our panel member, and Diane Knight is another panel member coming to us on Zoom. Ken Wong is our assessor, and our secretary today is Stephen Lund. To the Zoom participants of the hearing, please note that you are placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. When it is your turn, you will be admitted into the meeting. Kindly follow along with the City of Winnipeg's Board of Revision YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host admits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak with respect to the property. Once your hearing has concluded, you can leave the meeting. We'll be hearing applications for a revision of assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we'll limit discussions to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony. Anyone speaking to the matter must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessment of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decision with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemption from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have the opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after the applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the Board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live stream recorded and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 1 through 8 on our docket today. Mr. Lund, please affirm the assessor and the applicant's testimony.
Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Ken Wong.
You affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Story, please stand. Please state your full name.
Chair Story.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wong, we'll start with the first file of 245 Provencher Boulevard. If you could read it on the record, please.
Okay. The subject property is 245 Provencher Boulevard. The roll number is 060-934-62245.
File number?
The file number is 22-1302. And I can go ahead?
Go ahead.
It's a residential multi-use property that's 7 stories high. It was built in 1969 and it has 29 units with 44 outdoor parking stalls. In this particular case, we're seeking non-cooperation as the mailer of the request for income and expense information was not returned to us.
Are you challenging that today, Jerry?
Yes, we are, sir.
Okay, if you can show us the proof on that, then Ken.
Normally we would provide a copy of the certified letter, but if you go to my page 2.
Your page 2. Yeah.
Just a note in the middle of page 2. Like we don't have a certified letter for the income and expense questionnaire. When a questionnaire extension request is granted, a certified mailer is not sent out. In this case, an extension to return the questionnaire was granted on July 1st, but nothing was received. And so, like I said, normally we provide a certified letter but certified letter was not sent out because request for extension was granted.
And that's all the information you're giving me?
Yeah, just I guess looking at the information above on page 2, a response was received for the 2017 year, and no response for 2018, and a response was received for 2019, but no response was received for 2020.
So does Jared get an opportunity to question on this? I think he does, doesn't he?
Yeah, here, I'll give you the.
Yeah, I think you can question him on this one. Jared, question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, Mr. Wong, it's my understanding that the owner, as you've said here, they reached out, requested an extension, and that extension was granted. Now, I have in my submission a response that the owner claims that they sent to the city. Now, it's your testimony that that response was not received by the city?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware to, so I don't know the timing of this, but you're suggesting that in 2020 or at some point there was not a response received, but are you aware that there was a roll number change and this was based on the merger of two of those parking lots? Could that have something to do with this in your system? Is that possible? There would be two rolls between that set of dates that you laid out here. Are you aware of that?
Do you know? As far as I can tell, the roll number that was read on record today is the roll number that the mailer was sent to.
Okay, but when you're suggesting that they were non-compliant in the past, that was a different roll number. So, okay, I think I'll leave it there, Mr. Chair, and I'll leave my comments for my presentation on this.
Okay. Diane, any questions?
So, Jared, sorry, Mr. Story, you say you have the expense mailer in your presentation.
Diane, we're going to question Mr. Wong right now. He hasn't made his presentation.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Wong, you do not have the expense mailer, period.
No, I don't have record of us receiving it.
Okay.
Michelle, do you have any questions?
No questions.
I'm going to leave my questions till Jared's made his presentation then. Make your presentation on this matter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, now I've submitted the standalone mailer into rebuttal, but it's also found on page 17 of my chief evidence brief. Okay. And I'll let you get there.
Now I gotta learn how to flip them again all by myself, right?
And while you're getting there, I will.
I'm there.
You're there? Okay, wonderful. So, as Mr. Wong correctly pointed out, there was a request for an extension that was granted. Now, I don't know if this is a clerical issue with the city, but in our records, and according to the owner whom I spoke to, or with whom I spoke, on page 17, this is what was mailed back to the city. And this is the 2020 income and expense information for the property. So I'm not sure of the city's process or why they're suggesting that they did not receive it. We certainly had it in our records. We were able to conduct our analysis of the property. But from our perspective and from speaking to the owner and by seeing this form in evidence, we don't believe that the penalty should be applied, Mr. Chair. That's effectively the crux of our submission.
Mr. Wong, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering who submitted this questionnaire and when did they send it in?
So the questionnaire was submitted by the controller Mr. Chair, Mr. Wong and I have had some conversations about this issue. My assumption is that it's a clerical issue. I tried to speak to the controller, but he is unfortunately taken ill and was not able to get back to me in terms of the record of the date that this was submitted. But it was indeed the controller of the property, and this form clearly was created for this specific purpose and was submitted to the city. So in terms of dates, I'm not sure, and I know there's not a signature, but I think they've done a good job of showing you the income and expenses here. And again, we don't think non-compliance is appropriate in this instance.
Anything else, Mr. Wong?
No.
Diane, any questions of Jared?
I do. The roll number on the submission does not match the roll number on the property we're looking at. Why is that?
That could be that issue that I mentioned where the roll number had changed. So in this property, the owner had requested that the parking lots that are north of the main holding be merged with this property into one roll. So there was a change. It very well may be that that's the older roll number. I didn't check that. That's a very good point. I will assume that is why. And that actually may very well be why the assessor is suggesting they don't have a record of it if the roll numbers don't match. But it was indeed submitted for 245 Provenche. So the address is correct, but the roll number may indeed be erroneous.
So can I ask a general question then? If a roll number is put on, is it filed by roll number with the city? And would we be able to find this under that roll number then?
That would be a question for the city administrative process that the city would be more aware of than I would. But in the grand scheme of whether this penalty should be applied, it's typically used sparingly in situations where an owner has failed to comply, failed to provide any information. And in this situation, we don't believe that's the case. So yeah.
I'm just wondering if the city could rectify this easily by looking up that roll number and seeing if it's sitting there under that number.
Presumably the civic address should be the first sort of clue, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle?
Yeah, just in the absence of the dates and the confusion on the roll numbers, really, how do we know this is even referencing the current tax period? Assessment period.
They've dated it 2020. So they do show 12 months ending December 2020. That's in that middle column. So they do reference that it is indeed for the relevant year. So that shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, thank you. And then my only other question is, how was it submitted? Was it electronic? Was it Canada Post? Was it how?
I'm not sure. That's one answer that I wanted to determine from the controller, but again, unfortunately, I was not able to speak to him directly. I don't know. I would be speculating, but we do know that it was by their records it was submitted, but I don't know if it was delivered, mailed, emailed, faxed. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have one further question.
Go ahead, Diane.
Do we have the page 2 of that first page? It says continued on the back. Do we have the back page? For a date that it would have been signed off on?
Did you have a rebuttal or something that we could look at that has more?
I do have the rebuttal that has the entirety, but it won't have a date on it. I did search for a date, but it's one of the issues that came up when Mr. Wong and I were discussing this is that it didn't have a signature or a date.
Oh, okay.
But again, it does have the relevant information for that for the relevant year.
Anything else, Diane?
No, that's all. Thanks.
Ken, I got to come back to you on a question. When you gave them the extension back in July, did you put an end date on that extension?
The extension was granted to July 1st, 2021. So they would have had it up until then to return the mailer.
Mhm. Now, the question here is on this sheet that he's sending on his page 12, the roll number. I want to get back to that roll number again. As soon as I find the sheet again. What page is it on again?
17.
17? I got a long way to go down. Okay. That was right there. Okay, that roll number, is that the old roll number on this sheet or is that the new roll number? That 060934622 7 or 9, I can't make it out.
That doesn't appear to be the full roll number. I'm not.
Oh, fine.
If you look on page 19, that appears to be the full roll number 06093462245. And presumably the department would have a history of the roll numbers, even if that one was supplanted by the new roll number, I would imagine.
Well, that is 2245. That's the same roll
Sorry,
number.
that is the right roll number. Yeah, so
That
that
is
should
the right roll number, Mr. Wall.
It appears to be the same roll number as I have on my brief.
Yeah, that's right. The first one was just cut off.
The first one was cut off, but the last page has got the full thing that's there. 245 is on the bottom. Okay. No further
Mr.
questions?
Chair, I have one more question.
Yes, you may.
Does the city have this now? Do they have it yet?
No.
Okay.
Like we only have what Mr. Story has given to us.
Okay,
Does
thank
that
you.
make sense?
So you are in receipt of it right now then, because you've got it here, right?
Well, because only because Mr. Story sent it to us.
Well, he's acting on their behalf, so.
Yeah, as of I guess the submission of the evidence, and as of yesterday when he submitted the 5-page mailer, or when he submitted the 5-page mailer, which I think is part of the rebuttal.
To be clear though, Mr. Chair, we were under the assumption that it was submitted.
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah.
But when you haven't started inputting all this information yet, have you, Mr. Wong?
Inputting.
Yeah.
This would have been done this would have been done already.
Yeah. Okay.
It would have been like we requested this information in 2020, in early 2021. So
Okay.
it would have been utilized in late 2021 or mid or late 2021.
Okay, Michelle, I'm sorry, I might have cut you off there. Were you finished? I'm sorry.
I was just curious as to whether or not the city has had a chance to review the information, because it doesn't sound like they have.
We just got it as of a couple of weeks ago, and the more full mailer as of a day or two ago, when Mr. Story sent it to me.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, we're gonna have to go in camera and deal with it. Mr. Story, we'll have to have you step out.
Give me 1 second to remove the assessor.
Yeah. 2, 1, we are live. We'll call the meeting back to order. We have decided that the non-compliance will not be granted to the city. If Mr. Wong, if you want to continue with your presentation, please.
So I guess starting on page 1 again, it is a apartment multi-use property, 7 stories high. It was built in 1969 and has 29 suites with 44 outdoor parking stalls. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 and 5 is some information on the subject property and some photos of the interior. On page 6 is our income valuation summary. For the apartment portion, we use average rents of $939 to get a potential income of $327,000. We use a 2% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $320,000. And we use the 49% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $161,000. Capped at 5.1%, we have an estimated market value of $3,175,000. The parking lot income streams net operating income is $7,200 and capped at 5.5%. The estimated market value is $130,000. And for the office portion of the subject property, the estimated net operating income is $29,000 with a cap rate of 6.75%. The estimated value is $432,000. On page 7. Is some information on the subject property. Once again, there are 29 units for the apartments. And for the office space, there's about 3,427 square feet. And for the parking lot, there are 20 stalls with a rate of $30 applied for each stall. On page 8 are some rent comparables. It shows that the rents that we've used are in line with what's in the market. On page 9 are some comparables for parking structures. On the bottom of page 9 are some comparable leases that range from $12 to $18, and it supports the $11.39 that has been applied by the model. On page 10 is a summary of the 2019 income and expense statement. Their income was $306,000.
Which page is that on now?
Pardon me?
Which page are you on now?
On page 10.
10, okay.
Yeah, this is a summary of the income and expenses for the 2019 year. Their income was $306,000 and their expenses were $165,000, giving a net operating income of $141,000. But the income statement from 2019 was for 9 months, from April to December. So to try to estimate their full year, I estimated their income to be $409,000 and their expenses to be $220,000, and their net operating income to be about $188,000 for the full year. and that was as of, I guess, December 2019. The total model NOI is about 198,000. So as of April 1st, 2021. So I feel that the actual net operating income from 2019 supports the model. Is on page 11 is information on how we derived our cap rates. The majority of the cap rates falling between 4.8 and 5.6%, but there are some that are lower and some that are higher. On page 12 are some cap rate sales that range from 3.6 to 5.74%. On page 14 is the 2019 income statement. So once again, if you go back to page 10, their estimated net operating income is about 188,000 for as of December 2019. So I feel this supports the model's net operating income of 198,000, which is a few years later than that. So considering the actual net operating income supports the model, and the model cap rate is supported by the market, I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $3,785,000.
Here, any questions?
I do. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, just for the sake of expediency, we've got a number of files to deal with. I'll limit my questions to the pertinent issues per file. So just off the top, we're only disputing the cap rate on the multifamily at this stage. Our NOI is actually higher than the model. So this is all cap rate. We're accepting the value of the retail and the parking. So with that being said, Mr. Wong, on page 1, the model is showing here, or I guess I should ask, is everything here model derived? All of the inputs that create the assessment, is everything model generated?
Yes.
Okay, so on page 1, it shows that there are 3 buildings, but there's indeed 1 building. Is that correct?
Judging by the picture, yes.
Okay, would that affect the model in any way?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and this property is 53 years old. So the actual and effective year is 1969. Does the model consider the age of the property?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then now we look at page 5. Can we agree that the interiors are, we call this sort of a mid-range or more base? It's not a luxury apartment. Is that fair to say?
It appears to be a standard apartment that is well maintained and maybe updated.
Okay. And on page 6, I'm just going through your work up here. You're showing a 2% vacancy rate, but that would be extremely low from what we know of the Winnipeg market. Do you have anything to support a vacancy rate of 2%?
I have not provided any information to support the 2%, but based off of the information that I've seen, 2% is reasonable.
Okay, 2% would likely not cover turnover, though. Is that fair to say?
I couldn't say one way or the other.
Okay. And then the expense ratio that you're showing, that's modeled as well, correct?
Yes.
But you've done a calculation. Sorry to jump around here, Mr. Chair, but this is on page 10. And that calculation in both instances, Mr. Wong, can we agree that that would indicate an expense ratio of 53.9% for what you've provided here? When you've done the work by hand, you're showing a higher expense ratio than what the model is kicking out. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, the model is an estimate, and this one's looking at their actual 2019 income statement. But in the end, the NOI seems to be pretty close.
Okay, and then okay. Now, one other thing I noticed in some of these these multi-use properties, on page 8, when you calculate the gross floor area per unit, you're actually taking the gross floor area of the entire building and dividing it by the number of suites, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that would erroneously inflate the suite size by including the footprint of the retail units. Is that correct?
That's just a calculation that is used to give an estimate of the suite size. So the gross floor area per unit is applied the same for the subject property as for the comparables.
Right, and the comparables aren't ResAm though, correct? So those comparables don't have, and sure, there's going to be hallways, there are going to be stairwells, but back to my initial question, you've said it's a calculation, I understand that, but you could simply remove the leasable area of the CRUs in your model, could you not?
I believe the rate is calculated based off of the gross floor area, and in this particular case, the monthly rent, it appears to be fairly in line with the actual rent.
Right, I'm just talking about this gross floor area per unit because I'm curious to know if that affects the model in any way in terms of expense ratios, in terms of the capitalization rate.
I'm not sure if it does, but the gross floor area of the building does play into the rate that is.
Okay, so it does affect the model. Now the cap rate of the cap rate of 5.1 is also modeled, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and on page 11, when I look at the city of Winnipeg multifamily cap rates, you're suggesting 4.8 to 5.6. And the brokers are showing anywhere from 5 or 5.25 to about, or I guess from 4.75 to 6%. Now, do you not think that perhaps a property of this vintage, you're suggesting that it would have a very low cap rate by your own table? Does that not seem, does that not strike you as odd potentially?
The cap rates that we have, it doesn't really strike me as odd, just because that the cap rates that we have, they seem to accurately estimate market values when I compare the model estimates to actual sales. So it doesn't seem that odd to me.
Okay, and on page 12, speaking of your cap rate evidence, now I understand that these aren't meant to be comparable to any specific property, but I can't help but notice that that property on Corridon is a very similar vintage. It's smaller, but it's sold with a 5.74 cap rate by your estimation?
Yes.
Okay, and would you agree with me that that would be, if you had to pick one for this property, it would indeed be the most similar? Is that fair?
Well, I think, when you look at 32 Argent, that seems to be pretty similar.
Well, that was 1984, correct?
The year built.
Ours is 1959.
The year built is 1969, and the effective year built is 1984.
Okay, so then that would be an age variation that would be calculated or observed, but regardless, okay, we'll leave that be. In terms of these cap rates, is it fair to say that there are no calculations for the board or the owners of these properties to review? There's no study and no calculations and evidence. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you. Those are my questions.
Any questions, Michelle?
No questions.
Diane?
I do have a question. On page 1, you show I think it is the 60T as 675 or 610,000. But on your page 6, the 60T would be the 131 and the 432. How do you make up the difference?
Sorry, I'm just doing a calculation. I'm not sure why the totals are different, but the total on page 6 is what I am going to be requesting for today. So the total on page 6 is 563,000 rather than the 610.
Okay, and that's the total that Mr. Story agrees to, the 563 then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the grand total is what?
563.
563.
No,
And that's
not,
added
not
onto,
just that, yeah.
and that's added on to the 3175? No, that's including.
Plus the 30, plus 3,175,000.
So then 3,738,000.
I trust your calculation.
You should.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jared, on with your presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. So the subject property, as we've established here, is on the north side of Provencher. This is the northeast corner of Langevin and Provencher intersection. So right across from the what we call the St. Boniface Civic Center. So, and of course, this is the North St. Boniface neighborhood. It's a 7-story multifamily residential building. It was indeed built in 1969. There's retail on the main floor. There's parking in the back. We are only disputing effectively the cap rate on the multifamily. So I have photos in my brief. See, the property again is in reasonably good condition. We've not made an adjustment for condition, but in terms of our site-specific analysis of the property, we calculate the actual expense ratio as 51.8%. Now, in terms of our cap rates, this is on page 9. We'll be talking a fair bit about cap rates today. There are factors that affect the cap rate. Age would certainly be one of them. We have not made any adjustment upwards or downward for this property. It's simply properties with 6+ stories of the vintage, bracketed between 1960 and 1979, would typically be applied a cap rate of no less than 5.5%. So our issue here today is that we believe that the cap rate of 5.1% that's applied by the city's model is indeed too low. So we are requesting that the cap rate be adjusted to 5.5%. And this is based on our Altus cap rate study. Now, Mr. Chair, I'll go through our cap rate study very, very quickly. And I will ask that this information carry forward to all the properties on our docket, if that's okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you've all been provided this document. It is fairly lengthy, but I will summarize it. So effectively for this cycle, we have been monitoring what's been going on in the Winnipeg market. We look to the broker reports And we see that the first thing that we notice is that the assessor is suggesting in their valuation of income producing properties for the 2023 general assessment, the cap rates range from 3.85 to 7.4. They suggest that most are between 4.9 to 5.65. We've included some cap rate samples in Appendix A, and you can see that there is some, it appears to be inconsistent, but I suppose that's the nature of modeling, that you're not going to get every single one right based on the specific factors and certain characteristics of each property. We look to the market reports, and in terms of our position in the previous cycle versus our position in this cycle, we try to determine an appropriate amount of cap rate compression or expansion, and that chart is provided to you on page 2. Now, typically, we are seeing, as per the brokers, we do note that the brokers are, in general, suggesting cap rates are somewhere between 5% to 6%. But that includes higher quality properties, investment grade properties, and it also includes land transfer fees and closing costs when extracted would have the net effect of adjusting the cap rates upward by 15 to 25 basis points by our estimation. And we do recognize that the brokers' reports are effectively, let's call them advertorial content. It's a marketing piece, but it does give us a good sense of where compression in the market is. So I've included this chart to show you that in general, we're seeing 25 basis point compression at the most. And it's typically in the newer and what we'll call better properties. Newer would be key. There are various factors affecting capitalization rates for some of the properties. We will talk about different factors. So building type and construction. So clearly a garden style apartment or a commercial row house should be applied some premium, as they do represent a slightly different investment than a typical or vertical apartment. So we do consider that. Heritage status is not on the docket today, but we do consider heritage status and some of the complications that come with that designation. Building amenities. So one of the main things that we're seeing cycle over cycle is that tenant preferences have indeed changed. They've shifted with obviously more people working from home. That's a trend that predated COVID, but was indeed amplified by the pandemic. So there's been a growing preference for amenities such as in-suite laundry, balconies and outdoor spaces, walk-up access, office spaces or dens, gyms, and common areas like business spaces. We consider the durability and quality of income. We won't be talking about that today generally because that's typically reserved for conversations around social or subsidized housing. We consider age, we consider condition, we consider parking, and we consider suite mix. We do note that there's been a shift. This is supported by our appendices from CMHC. There is a shift in preference from bachelor and one-bedroom suites to larger suite units, which makes sense when we talk about the appetite in the market for greater amenities and larger suites. Now, what's interesting is CMHC is showing us that between October 18th and October 20, vacancy rates increased the most for bachelor units. That is not typical. We don't typically see that at 1.3%, and for one-bedroom apartments at 1.4%. Two-bedroom apartments only went up by 0.4%, and three-bedroom apartments vacancy decreased by 1.2%. So, as such, buildings with a higher mix of bachelor and one-bedroom units would typically carry a higher risk. We consider suite sizes. We consider number of suites. Now, the city assessor and the model from what we're seeing typically applies a very low cap rate for properties with a low suite mix, or for a low suite count, I should say. However, we don't agree with that. We think that there are certain fixed costs with owning these assets, and lower numbers of units have the tendency to exhibit volatility with regards to proportionate vacancy, for example. So when you look at a property that has 10 suites, one goes vacant, you're at 10%. It's the basic mathematics of it make it difficult for that owner to maintain a market vacancy. Of course, location and external factors are always considered in real estate, as well as supply and demand. Now, I will point out that we haven't made any specific adjustment for supply and demand, but it may be one of the reasons why we're seeing such little compression. We're starting to see a great deal of new product coming online, and perhaps that is one of the reasons why the brokers are indicating that the compression is very low this cycle. I've included our current sales and then our previous sales as well. Get into those. I know that on some of these, on the top row are our current sales, and I think we're generally in agreement on a number of these with the assessor. We do have some disagreement, but generally we're not terribly far off. And then I've included the previous cycles cap rates for reference. So I've also included a sales price per suite. Now, you can put whatever weight you'd like on that, but those weren't part of the cap rate study. Those are just sales that have happened in the market. And we do see that sales of older properties typically sell for less per door than newer properties, which is logical. So all of this to say that our cap rate conclusions are bracketed by age, and properties built before 1946 typically are applied a cap rate of 6.1 to 6.6, 46 to 59 for all stories, 5.75, 1960 to 1998 is 1.5, it's 5.5, 60 to 79 for high rises is 5.5, 80 to 98 in high rises is 5.25, and the newer product is all applied in our model or in our estimate, our valuation, 5.25%. So that is my presentation on cap rates in a nutshell. And you all have this document. If you have any questions, I'm happy to go further into it. And I do ask that those comments carry forward, as I mentioned, Mr. Chair. Now, back to 245 Provencher. On my page 11, we've stabilized 2019 and 2020, and you see that the total NOI here actually, our NOI is slightly lower, but it's based largely on the expenses. Our effective gross income is calculated as $316,352. Vacancy is included in those top figures, but we also account for income that accrues to the owner by way of laundry, parking. There is some rooftop antenna income. Commercial income is separated out of our CC20 valuation. So our effective gross income is reasonably close to the assessors. We're at $316,352. They're at $320,492. Now, if I mentioned that 2% vacancy appears very, very low. I would suggest that if you adjusted that upwards slightly, we'd be dealing with almost the same EGI. In terms of expenses, the actuals are stabilized from 19 and 20 as $163,777. The repair and maintenance on a per suite basis is $1,085, which makes sense. That should be well in line. So that gives us total expenses of $163,777, and the assessor is slightly, or the model is slightly undercounting the expenses at $158,547. So our NOI becomes $152,575, and when capitalized with our 5.5 cap rate, we come to an overall market value of $2,774,089. So we do respectfully submit that the class code 20, the multifamily income stream, be adjusted to reflect the market value at $2,774,000. And again, this is based on a site-specific analysis of the property. The office valuation, $479,000, is not in dispute. The parking valuation at $131,000 is similarly not in dispute. So the total valuation becomes $3,384,000. And the balance of my brief are the financial information that we've talked about in the preliminary matter, as well as the assessor's workup. And with that, I'm open to your questions, and I thank you.
Mr. Wong, questions?
Yes, on your page 17.
Yes.
like the total model NOI is approximately $198,000, and that mailer is indicating that their total income is $204,000. Is that correct?
Right. So this includes the rent income, and then we have parking in there. So this is not just the CC20, right? This is the entirety of the property.
Yeah, and the total model income for the entire, including commercial, is $198,000, and the total for the subject property is $204,000. Is it fair to say that our actual income is $6,000 higher than what the model is estimated?
Well, we're only dealing with the CC20, so we have to remove the CC20 from this statement, right? Which is what we've done in our workup. When you look at the remarks section, you can see that we have we've actually broken that out. So we're accepting your value on the CC60 on parking. We're just talking about the apartment, right?
I guess that wasn't the question, but we'll just, I guess, leave it. With regards to your cap rate study.
Yes.
For on page 2.
Yeah.
You're saying that the market reports are, I guess, investment type properties and newer and higher quality. Is that correct?
Yep.
So is it applicable to the subject property?
Sure. I think that okay. So if they're suggesting, again, the brokers' reports are suggesting cap rates between 5 and 6. I think it's quite fair and reasonable. To put this right in the middle, it is an older property. It doesn't have building amenities. It has balconies. It's in a good location. But yeah, I think 5.5% is absolutely reasonable for this property.
I guess that wasn't the question, but and for, I guess, the on page 4.
Yeah.
I guess the various factors affecting capitalization rates. Do you have any cap rate sales that would suggest an adjustment is necessary based off of the building type and construction?
Oh, no, we don't have any commercial row houses. We don't have any resams. But it's interesting because in the past, the city, the model, did apply a premium for row houses. So I don't think that's, as a general principle, I don't think that's in dispute. But no, to answer your question, I don't have any sales of resam, nor do I have sales of commercial row houses. And I don't think you have any in your table either.
Yeah, so, I guess with regards to the various factors, whether it be building type or heritage status or building amenities or durability or quality of income, you don't have any cap rate sales to support adjustments in those areas?
Sorry, are you asking me if we have any sales of heritage properties or? No, so we don't have sales of garden apartments. We don't have sales of properties that would typically command a premium. And we don't have heritage sales in the multifamily side. But in terms of market behavior, we are recognizing that a prudent purchaser would recognize these as carrying a higher risk profile. If the capitalization rate in whole or in part is the numerical representation of risk, then some of these factors should be considered. So we should consider location. We should consider suite mix and size, building types and construction, and amenities, and age and location, of course. So I think that's typical of market behavior. I don't know that
A lot of it would be subjective, like maybe I guess an assessor's judgment.
Sure, I think that's fair.
Or appraiser's judgment, sorry. Okay, that would be all my questions.
Diane, any questions?
You're on mute.
I think Diane, you're on mute.
You're on mute, Diane.
I'm sorry. So just to confirm, you agree the 479 and 131, and we're just dealing with the apartment building and the cap rate and the NOI.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Michelle?
No questions, thanks.
Mr. Wong, did you have a rebuttal on his evidence for his cap rate study?
Yes.
Did you want to bring that forward now, seeing as he's already presented his?
Yeah, it will be applicable to all the properties.
Okay.
Take a short recess so I can distribute that.
Oh, 1 second.
We'll take a recess. Distribute to the phone.
Yes, we're going to take a short recess.
Okay, what time should we be back?
It's not going to take us long, I don't think.
It'll take me
2-3 minutes, 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm just going to go to the washroom.
Stephen, may I have a printed copy? Is that possible? Thank you.
2, 1, we are live.
Call the meeting back to order. And Mr. Wong, you had the floor on the rebuttal to the Altus study.
Sure. If you go to page 2. It's just rebutting Altus's cap rate, indicating that some of the cap rates are lower than what Altus has calculated. Just for example, 2390 McPhillips, the first property. Altus has indicated a cap rate of 5%, but we've calculated a cap rate of 4.79%. And if you go to page 4, page 4 is Altus's 5% cap rate for 2390 McPhillips, and as you can see, it is based off of a pro forma, so it's not based off of any actual. It's not based off of the actual income and expenses. So it's just an estimate, and the cap rate is based off of the estimate. So we don't feel that that's the best way to calculate cap rate. So if you go back to my page 3, we've calculated a cap rate of 4.79%, and it's based off of the income and expense information in that chart. So this is where this is how we calculated the cap rate for 2390 McPhillips. So if you go back to page 2, you'll see for 555. Is everybody on page 2?
Mm-hmm.
So for 555 Corden, we've calculated a very similar cap rate. For 677 Maryland, we've calculated 5.5 versus 5.66. And for 210 St. Mary's, we've calculated 5.71 versus versus Altus's 6.18. And then ignoring the red one, or going to 215 Laveron Drive, Altus has calculated 5.74, whereas we've calculated 5.01. So our calculations are based off our workups are in the following pages, so you can take a look at it if you like. But looking at the properties that are highlighted in red, 512 Balmoral, that's on page 17. We have it as unusable because on the top of page 17, the purchaser indicated that the purchase price was not based off of the net operating income. And if you go to the very last page, on page 34, for 100 Southview, there's no available income and expense mailers prior to 2016, so there's no actual data to conduct the analysis. So once again, the cap rate would be based off of an estimate of income and expenses, and we don't feel that that's the most accurate way to calculate a cap rate. But So that would be the overview of my rebuttal for the Altus cap rate study.
Jared, any questions?
Yes, I'd like to just respond, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wong, we've settled our 2020 cap rate, so I'll leave I'll focus my my comments on the current cycle's cap rate. So for 2390 McPhillips, I think I heard you say that these numbers were not based on actuals. Is that correct?
There, page. If you look on page 3,
Yeah.
that's what it's based on.
Right. Okay. No. But you said that our pro forma was not based on actuals, but indeed are you aware that our workup was based on a marketing circular that was put to the market with an advertised NOI when the property was put up for sale? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that it was a pro forma and it appears to be an estimate and not based on actuals.
Okay, but it has to be based on actuals because it's not, those numbers didn't come out of nowhere. The firm that was the vendor, that was representing the vendor, put forth a marketing document to the market. Clearly this is a $20 million property, $19 million property. These are not numbers that were just made up. These are clearly, they're based on actual performance. Can we agree on that?
Is there any information on page 4?
No, but we've all seen the marketing circular, and we also know that if the sale price that was advertised was realized, then you'd have a 4.75 cap. But based on the advertised NOI and the sale price, it calculates to a 5% cap. Now, we're arguing over 4.79 to 5, but just earlier you mentioned something about, some of these stabilization decisions are subjective, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when I look at your stabilization on page 3 here, you've made the subjective decision to stabilize the vacancy at 1.05%, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've made the subjective decision to use a 37.11 expense ratio. Now, this property has an elevator, has a large parking lot, it's got balconies. Now, as time marches on, do you not think that a prudent purchaser might allow for a higher expense ratio?
The expense ratio is based off of the performance in 2017, 18, and 19. So that gives a decent view of the property.
Okay. And then are you aware if the rents were raised after the property was purchased? So do you think that maybe the purchaser...
I'm not aware if the rents were raised.
Okay, but if the rents were indeed raised, that would affect your cap rate ultimately, would it not?
The cap rate... I mean, that's after the sale. I mean, how can you consider that type of information, unknown information, in terms of calculating a cap rate? I'm not sure about that.
Okay, so typically when there's a sale, the city sends out a request for information. Did you request information from the owner indicating if they purchased this for the income in place, if they had intention to raise the rents, if they had an imputed or implied cap rate?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and then you said something about estimating cap rates or something, but I see on every page that one of these tables that's sort of bolted on here under the heading cap rates, it says that, let's just see here, cap rates were derived from model generated estimates of net operating income, correct?
What does that have to do with the rebuttal information?
Well, because you're suggesting that it's not appropriate to make assumptions or estimates, but it would appear that your entire cap rate table is actually based on model generated estimates of net operating incomes. Is that not correct? It's in every one of the.
That is how the model is generated. Yes.
Okay, I think I've made my point. I won't belabor this, and I think those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Diane, do you have any questions?
I do not. I do not.
No, I do not. No questions.
And I think Jared has completed his presentation. Have you finished your questioning of Jared on his file, Mr. Wong? On his presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Has everybody else finished their questioning on that? Yes,
I believe so.
Michelle? Okay, so in summation then, Mr. Wong?
Like I said, with regards to the model's total net operating income of about 198,000 appears to be supported by the actual income of about 204,000. So as you maintain the assessed value or the slightly revised, the assessed value with the slightly revised commercial portion.
Thank you. Jared?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. We believe that a site-specific analysis of the property's performance should be given precedence over should be given weighted consideration over a model-generated assessment. And also, we ultimately believe that 5.1 cap is too low for this property, and 5.5 is quite reasonable. So we ask that that the assessment be adjusted as we're recommending. And thank you.
That will conclude this matter. We'll move on to item number 2. 93 St. Anne's Road. Let's get everybody a chance to open the files. Everybody ready?
Yep.
Okay, let's go to number 93 St. Anne's Road. Cheers, Mr. Wong.
Okay. The subject property is 93 St. Anne's Road. The roll number is 080-812-24995. The file number is 22-3623. This is the residential multi-use property. It's 3 stories high. It was built in 2020. It has 5 suites with 5 or 6 outdoor parking stalls. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 is our income valuation summary. For the apartment, we used rents of $1,399 to get a potential income of $83,000. We used a 1.8% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $82,000. And we used a 41% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $48,000. Capped at 4%, we have an estimated market value of $1,204,000. The estimated operating income for the office portion of the subject property is $44,000. Capped at 6.75%. The estimated value is $658,000. On page 5 is information on the number of units and the leasable area. And the rent used for the apartment is $1,399, and the rate used for the office is $24.28. On page 6 are some comparable rents showing that the rents we've used are in line with what's in the market. And on the bottom of page 6 are some expense comparables that range from 32 to 42%. And this supports the model expense ratio of 41.59%. And once again, because this is a new building, we need to go to the market to try to establish parameters for valuing the property. And on page 7 are some comparable leases. And on page 8 is information on how we derived our cap rates. And on page 9 are some cap rate sales that range from 3.6 to 5.74%. So when we looked at the market for valuing this property, the rent and cap rate are supported by the market. So I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $1,862,000.
Questions, Jared?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wong, just so everyone's very clear, this is a 2021 supplementary appeal, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that considers the present physical condition, but an economic reference date of April 1, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, just to be very fair, there's a great deal of post-reference information. Were you aware of that when you were creating this brief? The reference date?
I thought this was actually a 2023.
Okay,
so my
that's
apologies.
fine. No, that's okay. So just so we're all aware. Okay, so very quickly, page 1, we have 6 parking stalls, and those are shared between the office space and the suites. Now on page 2, that's the first of the post-reference material, so we'll ask that that not be considered. The cap rate you're using, is that based on the 2018 cycle, or is that based on 23? Cap rate for the apartments?
2023. It appears.
Okay. I'm going to ask that that not be given any weight, Mr. Chair. And then if it's all based on 2023 parameters, I'm going to ask that we don't consider that. Although, okay, but we do have some rents for the retail side, so we can talk about that. I just want to see something very quickly. Apologies. I didn't consider. I want to see the model's expense ratio on. Okay, and they are using 2%. Okay, so it does appear that the office side is based on. Oh, it's based on the previous cycle as well. Okay, but those rents are within the reference period. In terms of these rents, these are from the model. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. You know what? If it's all post-reference, except the cap rate table that you have here for apartments, that is for 18. You're showing 4.9 to 5.3. I guess my question is that the extremely low cap rate is not supported by anything in your submission. Is that fair to say on the apartment side?
Just on the page 8, which I guess shows that our range is from 4 to 7.3%.
Okay. And there's no evidence or supporting table or calculations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions on that property.
Michelle, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Diane?
So just to go back, this is not a 2023 reference or time frame. This is 2021.
Correct.
But all your calculations are for 2023.
No, they are 2021 calculations.
Okay, thank you.
I've got no questions. On with your presentation, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Chair. And just to be clear, we are dealing with an economic reference date of 2018, and our brief does describe that it is a new property. There's a supplementary covering the year 2021. The cycle of 2021 falls within 2020 to 2022 with an economic reference date of April 1, 2018. So we've proceeded as such. You have a copy of our 2020 apartment cap rate study. Well, I didn't include the retail cap rate study because we actually agree on the cap rate here on the retail side. So the subject property is on the east side of St. Anne's Road. It's at the corner of Pilgrim and St. Anne's. This is in Glenwood, St. Patel. It's a new property. It's a 3-story multifamily residential building. It was built in 2020 with retail on the main floor. The retail is owner occupied. It's one commercial rental unit. Site size is 5,797 square feet. It has one bedroom unit and 4 2-bedroom units. And again, a single owner occupied commercial unit on the main floor. So we are disputing the cap rate on the apartment. The city is using 4%. We're suggesting 5.25%. This is our table on page 8 that indicates our cap rates for the previous cycle. 5.25 is what we used for 1998 plus. So even though this property may have a higher risk profile, given the fact that it has a very low suite count, we are comfortable with the resulting value when we apply a 5.25 cap. We don't have years to stabilize expenses. So without better data, we are generally agreeing to the model parameters, 1.8% vacancy, even though, again, on a low suite count, it's virtually mathematically very difficult, let's say, to maintain that market vacancy. 41% expenses for a new building are not inappropriate in our view. So we have accepted that for the sake of narrowing our issues. So all of our dispute here comes by way of the cap rate. The city is suggesting 4%. We are suggesting 5.25. So ultimately, this leads us to a value of $917,410, rounded to 917,000 on the class code 20. Now we are also disputing the retail/office income stream. Again, the city has applied a market rent of $24.28 to 2,150 square feet of this retail office rental unit. Again, it was owner occupied at the reference date. We considered the following table of comparables on page 10. I do apologize, comps 11 through 14 are double entries, so please disregard those. We looked to Marion Street. Now that's Marion and Traverse. That is I would suggest that is a superior location, and it's also a medical office, which typically command a higher rent. That's at the higher range of $23. However, we do have a ResAm building, much like ours, though larger, with an effective age of 2008 in the 100 block of Provencher, with sizes from 877 to 1,074. And those rents are between $17 and $18. There's a law firm, there's financial services. So we believe that those are reasonable. They're high quality professional offices, though they are in a superior location to our subject. They're in a higher traffic area, but they are slightly older. So with all those factors taken into consideration, it's our opinion that $17 per square foot is appropriate. And we have applied that in our calculation. Collection loss and vacancy at 9% is not in dispute. Shortfall is not in dispute. Now, the non-recoverable expenses. So we're going back to the previous cycle, but in the previous cycle and in this cycle, we will continue to apply an allowance of 7% of the effective market income in our valuation of the subject. And again, this is based on a standard allowance of 2% as a structural reserve and 5% as a stabilized allowance for non-recoverable expenses that arise in the competent management and operation of the property. for some of these properties going forward, we will go through very quickly the study that we did for 2023 for non-recoverables. And we did a similar study in the previous cycle. You're all aware of our position on non-recoverables. So suffice it to say that we do continue to apply a 7% non-recoverable expense ratio in our calculation. The cap rate is not disputed at 6.75 at the reference date. Better quality retail office space at 6.75 is accepted and reasonable. So on page 11, all of the points that I've mentioned have been taken into consideration, and we come to a value of $426,722. That's of course rounded to $427,000. So with both of those income streams added together, the multifamily at $917,000 and the retail office space at $427,000, we come to a market value at the reference date of April 1, 2018 of $1,344,000. And that is my presentation, and I thank you.
I've got to just ask a question.
Sure.
For the panel members, have you heard the study on the 7% yet? I know Diane has.
No, I haven't.
Oh, I can certainly go through it.
You should go through it because we have a member that is not brought up to speed on that.
Not a problem. This is great. This is a great opportunity to talk about it. So, so effectively in cycles past, so we've provided the most current non-recoverable expense study. It's called the Altus Group Non-Recoverable Expense Study covering 2023 and 2024. Now, as a bit of background, in previous cycles, the assessor, the city assessor, and Altus Group had agreed that that a reasonable expense ratio for non-recoverable expenses, sometimes called management fees by the city of Winnipeg, were 5% for non-recoverable expenses and 2% that would typically be applied to a structural reserve. So let's just talk very quickly about the history. Well, the history is here, but just to go through it reasonably quickly, we have to go through this in reasonably simple terms. The allowance is not an expense related to the standard management fees charged by the owner or third-party property manager related to the day-to-day operations. These are standard management fees that are usually recovered in whole or in part from tenants, unless these tenants are on a gross or a semi-gross lease. We'll see some semi-gross leases later today. What the expense ratio is, and what it's always been intended to be, is the allowance is a stabilized expense involving a number of typical non-recoverable expenses related to the competent operation and management of the property. And these are expenses that are virtually never recovered from tenants under any circumstances. So there are expenses borne by an owner that are never recovered They're just, they arise in the competent management and ownership of a property. Now, if we go year by year, you're going to see sometimes that these expenses are very high and sometimes they're very low. So the reason why we use stabilized expenses is to stretch that out and stabilize and normalize those expenses over the useful economic life of a property. It's like vacancy. So for example, if you had an owner occupied property, it's either going to be 100% occupied or 100% vacant, but you wouldn't use those extreme numbers. You would use a stabilized market vacancy, and the same premise effectively applies here. And this is again supported by the assessor in previous cycles, and it is supported by MPAC in Ontario, SAMA in Saskatchewan. So other taxing bodies continue to agree with this premise. So it's the city had rolled back that 7% to 2% in the previous cycle. In this cycle, it's now been increased to 3%. But Altus has maintained that 7% is appropriate. In both cycles, we've done studies. That's in this package. You can see it's in page 11, starting for 23. And effectively, I should mention very quickly that some of the biggest non-recoverable items to be aware of are space marketing costs, which include inducements and leasing costs. So if a space goes vacant and you have to pay a broker to lease that space out, there is a cost to that. The leasing cost is not commission. That's not recovered. Now, they may only arise, as I mentioned, they're not going to be an annual cost, but they're either going to be extremely high one year and then maybe virtually non-existent for another. And then, of course, we have to consider structural or mechanical repairs. 2% might actually be low for older buildings, but that's the number that we've used to stabilize. So in the most recent study that we've provided, this is very, very similar to the findings of the previous cycle's exercise. When we reviewed operating statements for the years 2018 through 2020, for a sampling of properties with consideration to leasing commissions, professional fees, asset management fees, and space marketing and advertising, when we exclude tenant inducements, which we always do, but just to give you a sense, the average would be 6.64% with a median of 5.98. When we include tenant inducements, it's 10.6 with a median of 8.6. So these are, again, very similar results this cycle as the results that we came to, the conclusions that we came to in the previous cycle. So when we see these numbers, it shows that we're fully supported in our 5% of the effective gross income. Again, that's lower than both the average and the median without inducements factored in both cycles. And the 2% dedicated to structural is supported by our study as well. Now, the other part of this that's very, very important is when we calculate our cap rates for commercial properties, we include the 5%. And the reason why this is of tantamount importance is if for any reason you do choose to not institute the full 5%, that has an effect on the cap rate, adjusting it by 20 to 30 basis points if you're going from 7 to 3, 25 to 35 basis points if you're going from 7 to 2. So if you do elect not to, if you don't agree with with our position on the non-recoverables, then we do ask that consideration be given to an adjustment to the cap rate, as there's an adjustment required based on our rather fulsome cap rate study that does include that 5%. So does that basically sum up does that give you a sense, or would you like me to speak more of it, or?
No, I think that that covers it. And obviously, if both parties are in agreement with that percentage, then that's good. Thanks.
They won't be.
Well, we won't be. The city will be using for 23, they'll be using 3% and we'll be using 7. In the previous cycle, the one that we're dealing with now, they used 2 and we used 7, but we're consistently using 7% for those reasons.
Okay.
That is the nature of our dispute on this matter in a nutshell for the last 2 cycles. So,
okay. But I thought earlier on there was an agreement by city and Altus. So no, I misheard that. Thank you.
Mr. Wong, do you have any rebuttal on the presentation by Jared on the Altus?
No.
Thank you.
thank you.
And do you have any questions of Jared?
Just on page 10 of your brief.
Yep.
So I guess in terms of the comparables, effective age-wise, would Marion Street, your number one comparable, be the most comparable effective age-wise?
It is, except the issue here is that it's a medical office, and the problem is if we use medical dental offices, you're going to have higher rents. There's a higher fixturing cost. Similarly, we would stay away from restaurants if we weren't using a restaurant. So in terms of professional office space, I think that our best comps, again, are on Provencher. And I am pleased that we found some that are actually res-am or residential multi-use. So they are businesses with apartments above them, which is more comparable than any of the others. I agree with you that 2015 is closer to 2020, but I don't know that there's a material difference in the market between 08 and our building. I think they're reasonably comparable, and quite frankly, I think $17 a square foot is quite fair for this space.
Okay, that'd be all my questions.
Diane, any questions?
I do not.
Michelle, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, that will conclude that matter. Oh, it's rocking. Okay, number 3, give us a minute to bring it up.
This is 1355 Pembina, correct? No, 703 St. Anne's.
St. Anne's.
Okay,
You got it now?
I do.
Everybody's up. Okay, Mr. Wong, when you're ready, on 703 St. Anne's.
Okay, the subject property is 703 St. Anne's Road. The roll number is 080-812-236-85. The file number is 22-3875. It's a residential multi-use property. It's 4 stories high and it was built in 2018. It has 33 units with no outdoor parking stalls. That the parking stall count is probably incorrect. If you look on page 3, there is parking on covered parking on the main floor, on the main level of the apartment building. So we're gonna have to update the parking stall count on this property. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 are some interior photos of the subject property. On page 5 is our income valuation summary. For the apartment, we use average rents of $1,549 to get a potential income of $613,000. We use a 3.2% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $593,000. And we use a 39% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $359,000. Kept at 4.1%, we have an estimated market value of $8,774,000. The estimated net operating income for the retail portion of the subject property is $39,000. Kept at 6%, the estimated value is $666,000. On page 4 is some information on the subject property. There's 33 suites where we've used a rent of $1,549, and there's 2,142 square feet of leasable area with a rate of $20.92. The subject property is a newer property, so we will be looking to the market to try to for valuation of this property. On page 7 are some comparable rents, showing that the rents that we've used are in line with what's in the market. On the bottom of page 7 are some expense comparables that range from 33 to 47%. This supports the model expense ratio at 39.43%. On page 8 are some comparable leases that range from $18 to $23, which it supports the $20.92 that the model is applied. On page 9 is a comparable sale. The comparable sale is 803 St. Mary's. You can see a picture of the property on the bottom of my page 9. I feel that the 803 St. Mary's or 703 St. Anne's is superior to 803 St. Mary's, and 803 St. Mary's sold for $250,000 per unit, and I feel that's supportive of the $265,000 that the model has applied for the subject property. On page 10 and 11 is information on how we derived our cap rates and some cap rate sales ranging from 3.6 to 5.74%. So the subject property is a new building, but when we look to the market for valuation, the model rent is in line with the model rents and the expenses are supported by the market as well as the cap rate. And when you look at the comparable sales, they also support the model value. So I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $9,440,000.
Jared, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wong, again, page 1, it says there's 2 buildings. There's indeed 1 building, correct?
It appears, yes.
All right. Does that affect the model at all?
I don't believe it does.
Okay. And can we agree this is an irregular building on an irregular lot in terms of shape?
It is not your standard apartment shape.
Okay. All right. So in terms of, this is a new property. So like the other new one that we looked at the sub for, we don't have years of expense data. So our major issue is the cap rate on this. Now that 4.1 cap rate, that's modeled, presumably, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's much lower than what the brokers are suggesting would be a cap rate for a new apartment.
Yes.
Okay, and I know that sometimes the city uses a very low cap rate for 6, 8, or 10 units, but this is a full apartment building with 33 units. So doesn't this seem very low, even by your own modeling? This would be a very low cap rate for the model to kick out, would it not?
It is in the lowest 20th percentile, but when you look at its estimate of value, it does appear to be accurate. So I feel that it is appropriate when you look at, say, the sale of 803 St. Mary's. It does appear to be estimating the value accurately.
Okay, don't you think $265,000 a door is extremely high?
Well, if you look at my page 9 and
Okay.
803 St. Mary's, it sold for $250,000 a unit. So I don't feel it is high.
Okay. Now, can we agree that economies of scale typically should be considered when we're looking at properties when we may have to make adjustments? Is that fair to say?
I think it is fair to say that economies as of scale does play a part.
Okay.
I think it's also fair to say that the subject property is, I would say, superior in terms of like architecture and shape. So I think it's also fair to say that the subject property is superior to 803 St. Mary's.
Can you explain why it's superior in architecture and shape, please?
Well, you mentioned earlier that it is an irregular shape, and to make things irregular shape is not an easier. It's more costly, and so when you look at the pictures, it does appear to be more architecturally designed as compared to 803 St. Mary's.
Isn't that based on the shape of this building, based on the use of the irregular boundaries of the parcel? Typically, an irregular parcel would be considered a negative, not a positive, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and can we agree at the very least that what you're calling a sales comp here, it's only 6 units, so it's much smaller. It's hardly the same investment opportunity. Is that fair to say?
It is smaller, 6 units compared to 33.
Right. So isn't that economy of scale going the wrong way? Wouldn't you expect a lower value, the lower cost per door on a much larger property?
All things being equal, yes, but in this particular case, I feel that 703 St. Mary's is superior to 803 St. Mary's, or 703 St. Anne's is superior to 803 St. Mary's.
and I didn't ask you about this yet, but the sale that you have on page 11, 700 St. Mary's, was that purchased with the intention to renovate?
I'm not sure.
Was that sale exposed to the open market?
I'm not sure about the details of that particular sale.
So it's suffice to say you don't know the details of that sale. Okay, those are my questions on the apartment. Now let's talk about the retail. In terms of the cap rate, the rent, that's all modeled, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we mentioned just earlier, this is good. We mentioned that typically, okay, would you agree with me that medical and dental offices typically command a higher rent in the market than what we'll call more basic retail space? Is that fair to say?
Potentially.
Okay. And in terms of your comp 1, that's a medical clinic, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Comp 4 is also, well, it's either a dental clinic or a restaurant. Or do you know which one it is?
I'm not sure. I mean, if you had information to sort of show,
I looked them up. I want to know if you're aware. This is either a dental office, a Crown and Bridge place, or a taco restaurant. I'm not sure which one it is. I can determine, but I can tell you that comp 3 is certainly a restaurant, and comp 1 is certainly a med clinic. Comp 2 is.
I'm sorry. Could the subject property lease to any one of those?
It is not presently being used as a med clinic, nor is it being used as a restaurant. So the reason why rents are typically higher in med clinics and restaurants is because they require a greater cost to the owner to fit it up for that specific use. So it wouldn't be appropriate to use those comps. Now, one question, I don't know that I haven't had a response for this, but I've seen this one on St. Mary's come up. I know this is the old Java Zone, and it was a bait and tackle shop, and now it's a wedding consignment shop. But one thing I know about it is there's a residential space in the back. Do you know if this net rent includes the commercial and the residential rent? Because it would be extremely high for this building. It's a very old building, and it does not appear to be in call it high quality condition. So do you know anything about that rent?
I do not know.
Okay. Okay, I think those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Diane, any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Michelle, any questions?
No questions.
Michelle? I don't see her.
No questions.
Okay. On with your presentation, Jared.
Thank you very much. Okay, 703 St. Anne. So we've established that it is we're in the St. Patel area. We have a 4-story multifamily residential building with 1 retail space on the main floor. In terms of our multifamily approach, we have used higher rents than the city. They're modeling 613,551. Based on what we know of the property at the reference date, we believe 623,580 is more appropriate. I don't believe that will be in dispute with the assessor. We have accepted the 3.2% vacancy. That is indeed in line with CMHC or close enough, although it doesn't consider vacancy loss. But given the suite mix of 3 1-bedrooms, 21 2-bedrooms, and 9 3-bedrooms, we think that's a reasonably good suite mix. So we haven't made any adjustments or considerations there. 3.2% vacancy on a new apartment seems fine. 39.43% for the expenses is also accepted. We don't have evidence to support anything higher at this stage, but as time marches on, we'll see how the property performs. But right now, just a touch south of 40% is accepted. Now, where we're disputing the assessor's calculation is on that, of course, that 4.1% cap rate. We think that's extremely low. We've applied 5.25%. Now, we also consider that this is not just an apartment, but there's also a separate unit to manage. So that we haven't made an adjustment for that, but it is interesting to point out that we think that 5.25% is reasonable. The assessor has used a net market rent of $20.92. There's a gross lease in place. It's we call it a beauty bar, and it's $25 a foot, but that's gross. So, and that's 2,130 square feet. So we're off slightly by 12 feet in the square footage, but that's fine. I've provided some comps here for you. The first four are actually assessor comps that are pretty good. They're post 1990. The top one's from 2003, and we see they range from $12.50 to $14. And these are rents that are that would have been submitted by the assessor in this cycle for similar quality retail in this area. In looking through, I do see that I've erroneously included a medical rent on Marion and number 4, but number 5 through 10, mid 90s. This is a strip mall. We have a tea retailer. We have a dance studio, and these are grocery anchored, which is good because our property is actually shadow anchored by South Glen Shopping Center across the street. So there's an Extra Foods, there's a Shoppers Drug Mart. So to be as comparable as we can, we looked to Dakota, which is also in a similar. Now it's anchored by essential services, which is a positive in today's retail environment, and we recognize that our properties across the street, so we're indeed shadow anchored. But given the fact that those rents run from $16 to $17, we've used $18, which we think is very fair, very reasonable. It's $20.92 is certainly too high. $18 for this space is reasonable, especially since we know that the gross lease is $25, so that makes sense. Vacancy and collection doesn't appear to be in dispute at 6%. $7 a foot also seems to be accepted by the city's retail parameters. Again, I will ask that my comments on the non-recoverable expenses of 7% carry forward. So we have applied that in our calculation. I've included a summary of our retail capitalization rate conclusions. I've provided the entire summary. You can see that we have our sales, but just to show you this is on page 13. We're suggesting that top quality retail should range in this cycle between 6.25 and 6.75. Standard quality between 6.75 and 7.25, and low quality between 7.5 to 8%. Now, what's interesting here is in this table, as I mentioned earlier, if you do elect to remove the non-recoverables, then that cap rate adjustment is provided there for you. So we adjust by 25 basis points if for any reason you don't believe that the non-recoverables are appropriate. But we do note in this case, this is a gross lease, and we do apply 6.25%. We think it's very reasonable. So the retail valuation works out to $521,956, which of course rounds to $522,000. This taken with the multifamily income stream of $6,964,000 brings us to an estimated market value at the reference date of April 1, 2021 of $7,486,000. And we do respectfully submit that the value not exceed $7,486,000. And with that, I am open to your questions.
Mr. Long, questions?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Ask your questions.
In your cap rate study, on On page 6.
Sorry, this is the apartment cap rate study?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
The newest property that you have on there is 2390 McPhillips. I know we calculated a cap rate of 4.79%, but you've calculated a cap rate of 5%. Why are you using, I guess, 5.25 for this property when it appears to be, I guess, in my view, superior?
Sure. Okay. Well, here's what I can tell you about 2390 McPhillips. So I'm very well aware of this property. I live in the area and I can tell you all about it. I think the reason why this property, the 5% makes sense on 2390 McPhillips. Now this is in Garden City, and more specifically an area that the city would consider just outside of the Leland McPhillips Triangle, but they would call this the Templeton Sinclair area. Now in this area, there have not been, or at the time of sale, there had not been a great deal of new properties that were built, multifamily properties. Further to this, this property is, the former owner is Mr. Gauthier, he was the vendor, and this property was sort of built behind his Cadillac dealership, and it was almost part of of that compound. It's literally, it's steps away from the Walmart, and it's very close to the Seven Oaks Hospital. The rents were also very reasonable. So this was a very desirable property. So it does not surprise me that it sold at 5%. Now, I suppose that's a positive adjustment. We sometimes make negative adjustments or adjustments that inflate the cap rate or move the cap rate upward, but we do deflate the cap rate too sometimes, where we see that does happen. And we see that there's a range between 5 to 6%. And I will note that in our cap rate summary, in our cap rate study, when we look at the final settled cap rates of good locations, we agreed in the previous cycle to 5.25 for new properties. We're seeing very little compression. So our starting position on new properties is indeed 5.25%. I will also point out that 2390 McPhillips does not have any retail on the main floor. So I when you say that it's superior, I don't know that I would say that. It's certainly in a different area, but at the time it wasn't competing with very many other properties, which has since changed. But that's a little bit of background. But I think that our view of 2390 McPhillips at 5% and this property at 5.25% makes sense.
Okay. And if you go to page 3.
Yeah.
Like for the 2020-2021 timeframe, is the indicated cap rate 4.3%?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is the indicated cap rate for multifamily 4.3%?
Where are you seeing on page 3?
Yes.
On a national level?
The cap rate chart that you have.
Right. So we're talking about the national cap rates. This is effectively what we're talking about here is the spread between cap rates and bond yields, and it's in anticipation that there may be questions regarding very low interest rates. And effectively, what we're showing you is that lenders knew that the very low interest rates were part of an emergency measure as part of COVID, and that that was baked in with lending. So this is a national cap rate trend, right? So this wouldn't have any bearing on what we're talking about. This is an exercise showing the spread between interest rates and cap rates.
Oh, which is national as well?
So we're looking at page 3, correct?
Yeah,
that's national.
So they're both national charts.
Those are national charts as far as I'm aware of. Yeah.
Okay, so the interest rates versus cap rates is applicable, and but the overall capitalization rate indicated in the chart above is 4.3%.
Okay, but if you okay, you can't use multifamily cap rates in Vancouver or Toronto as a proxy for the cap rates in Winnipeg. I don't think city's doing that. We're certainly not doing that. I'm not sure what you're getting at, but no, we're not suggesting
the national cap rate is indicated to be 4.3%. Is that correct?
Okay, Mr. Wong, what are the cap rates in Vancouver in the reference state?
I'm just referring to the chart that's on your page 3.
Okay, well, I would suggest that the cap rate spread between a city like Winnipeg and a city like Toronto or Vancouver would be, I think it's fair to say that would be distortive. I don't think we're using cap rates in Toronto as any sort of proxy to determine appropriate cap rates in Winnipeg.
Okay, you can say that, but is it fair to say that that chart indicates the cap rate to be 4.3%?
On a national level, which includes markets like Toronto and Vancouver, sure.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Diane, any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Michelle, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Seeing none, we will move on to the next file, which will be number 4, I do believe. Yeah. That's 103 Sage Creek Boulevard. Mr. Wong, when you are ready.
Okay, the subject property is 103 Sage Creek Boulevard. The roll number is 060-932-36500. The file number is 22-1695. This is a residential multi-use property that's 3 to 4 stories high. It was built in 2020, 2021, and it has 152 suites with 72 indoor parking stalls and 173 outdoor parking stalls. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 and 5 are some interior pictures of the subject property.
Pardon me. Oh,
On page 6 is our income valuation summary. For the apartment, we use average rents of $1,411 to get a potential income of $2,575,000. We use a 3.2% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $2,472,000. And we use the 36% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $1,590,000. Capped at 4.7%, we have an estimated market value of $33,838,000. For the office portion of the valuation, their net operating income, the estimated net operating income is $181,000, capped at 5.757%. The estimated market value is $3,189,000. On page 7, it's information on the residential and commercial space. You can see there's 2 categories in terms of an OFC and an OFS. They should all be OFSs, but in this particular case, the OFC portion, the area from the OFC was not included in the valuation. So when you look at the bottom of my page 7, the correct is a corrected income stream for including the OFC area that was excluded. So the end value is about $3,654,000, which is a little bit higher than the $3,189,000. That's strictly due to us missing out on the square footage of the OFC category above. On page 8 are some rent comparables, showing that the rents we've used are in line with what's in the marketplace. On page 9 are some comparable leases that range from $24 to $27. This supports the rates that have been applied to the subject property. On page 11, or sorry, page 10. This is the copy of their rent roll, and they started renting in May of 2020. So taking the rents into consideration, at the bottom you can see their total monthly income would be $214,000, and the average per unit is $1,411. So it appears that we've reviewed this and applied the $1,411 as the rental rate for the subject property. And also on the bottom of page 10, the indicated net commercial rate for unit 101 is $26. So that supports the model range of $24 to $28. And on page 11 are some expense comparables that range from 33 to 47%. The model expense ratio is 36.2%. On page 12 is information on how we derived our cap rates, and on page 13 are some cap rate sales ranging from 3.6 to 5.74%. So the model residential rate that we've applied is in line with what their actuals are, and as are the commercial rate of $26. The model cap rate that has been applied is supported by the market. So I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $36,870,000.
Questions, Jared?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just have a preliminary issue with this. I want to see how the assessor explain this, but they're on page 7, suggesting it's called correction to office income stream. Now, this is tantamount to requesting an increase. In order to request an increase, you can't simply put it in your brief. We need to be given notice. I have submitted into rebuttal the city value, so the parameters that we were working with. That's what our evidence is based upon. So, in order for this square footage that was missed to be captured, I will assume that the assessor will have to issue a supplementary. But I guess my request then is that that supplementary follow the directives of this board order based on what we have in front of us. I don't think it's appropriate to effectively ask for an increase by changing the square footage. That's
Anything to that, Mr. Wong? I
didn't submit the request for increase, but the areas that are with the original value of $3,189,000 is incorrect and is excluding some leasable area. So I just wanted to put an explanation in as to why the discrepancy.
Yeah, and to be clear, Mr. Chair, we don't disagree.
Yeah. No, 33.
So the value that I'm asking for confirmation on is the value on my page 1.
31. And that's not what it is here, though. But yeah,
It's more to explain the discrepancy.
it's not just that. The discrepancy is you've added it in to your new number here. Because it was originally 31,520,000 and you're coming up to 36. Was that the total? Yeah. 31,520,000 was your original.
Yes.
This is 103 Sage Street. Yeah, you had issued 31,520,000 on the original paper. When did you-
Yes.
When did you make this adjustment to 36 million?
3,000,006. Yeah, like it's just to explain the discrepancy in the leasable area.
I know, but that should have been done as a sub, shouldn't it? The original order that we've got from you is for 31,520,000 on the property.
Yes. We will issue a sub for this property to correct the missing area.
But we have to go with the 31,520,000. We can't
Yes.
we can't use this new number of 36 million that you've got here.
Correct. It's like I said, it's an explanation as to you can see the discrepancy in the area. Like the OFC portion wasn't included in the valuation, and I just wanted to show you what it would look like if it was included in the valuation.
But you didn't present this 31,520,000 on this sheet. You were presenting it as if it was 36,870,000. Am I reading something wrong?
I don't know. I'm confused by this too, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, can I ask a question? Where are you getting the 31,520,000 from?
From the border revision papers that were submitted to me here.
The initial value.
The initial value.
Oh, okay, on the agenda sheet.
Not even on the agenda sheet. They didn't put it
I'm
in.
sorry. I see your confusion. The value that I'll be supporting today is on page 1. And I can see what you're talking about with regards to the 3,032,000 versus the 3,189,000.
I'm talking 31,520,000.
Where is that? Sorry, where's the 31,520,000? Where do we see that?
On their application that they submitted to City of Winnipeg. It's on their actual taxation form.
Yeah, that was on our in our
This is
physical
what's in
file,
the system.
and it's what we have. in
And
the
where do we see that online here?
You're not going to be able to because it's not
Okay,
reflected.
that's why. Thank you. I'm looking all over.
Yeah, me too.
I'm just saying that the information he's presented is not accurate with what's on the system.
So, Mr. Chair, for the class code 60 on your sheet.
I don't have it on here.
Okay.
I've got it as one number.
Just gonna, and actually, Stephen, the form that I had sent you, that's the number that we were dealing with. So I just want to make sure, but let me just quick look.
You're closer.
Okay, so the city value,
How is this possible that they're presenting a different number than what's on there?
I'm not sure. Should we take a recess and I can
Would you
contact
take a
you?
recess so I can investigate the three panel members? I'm gonna call recess.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page.
We are live.
Call the meeting back to order. Item number 4, 103 Sage Creek. We're going to have to adjourn this matter and come back and deal with it at another date with the same panel members. So we're going to move on to item number 5, 1355 Pembina Highway. Mr. Wong, when you are ready.
Here we are requesting exemption on this. So we're requesting exemption. There's a class code and liability on this. So
There's class code and liability?
yes. So I think that I would present first on that matter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I do believe you would. Is that not correct, Mr. Wong?
Matters pertaining to classification
And liability.
and liability, yes.
So we should have Jared go first, right? Should I still have,
Yes.
Mr. Wong read the number on?
You still have the protest sheet?
Hmm?
That I would actually typically do that, to read the file in.
Doesn't indicate that on this. So I'm just gonna, can you read the file number on and the roll number, Mr. Jared?
Yes, absolutely.
And the address.
Okay, so the civic address is 1355 Pembina Highway, roll number 0307087500, file number 22-2240. So our preliminary matter relates to class code and liability. Now this is a residential multi-use property. There are 2 commercial tenants on the main floor. If you flip to page 25 of my brief, you can see the corporation overview for Canada Ivy Education Corp. So they are used by. Sorry, I should back up for 1 second. The Manitoba Municipal Act states under Section 23(1)D. That's subject to Section 25 and 26. Real property is exempt from taxation for school purposes where the real property is owned or is held in trust for and is used by a college or seminary of learning to a maximum of 1.62 hectares. Now, I've submitted in my evidence the WASO decision. The WASO decision outlines that ownership of the leasehold interest in the property constitutes ownership. So in this scenario, the property is a tenant. They're leasing space from the owner, but based on the fact that they're the owner of the leasehold, they would qualify. The corporation is Canada Ivy Education Corp, and we have their corporation name. They are active indeed. We can see that they're at Unit 2, 1355 Pembina. And then I have some background on Ivy Education Group, and they're made up of 13 kindergartens and schools in 5 cities across China. And this property is used for their purposes. So we are respectfully submitting that Unit 2 is exempt from school taxes based on the fact that they do qualify under the Municipal Assessment Act.
Mr. Wong, do you have any questions?
Are they a registered school in the province of Manitoba?
They would be considered a seminary of learning. It's the Ivy Education Group would be considered a seminary of learning. This property is used by the seminary of learning, but no, they're not I'm not sure, I should say. But that's not the basis for our request. Again, the wording is owned or held in trust and is used by a college or seminary of learning. This is indeed a property that is used by a seminary of learning. And again, they do own the leasehold interest. So that's the basis for our request, Mr. Wong.
What page was that on again?
That's page 25 of my brief. That's the exemption or the Municipal Act excerpt. I've included the WASO decision in its entirety. I think Mr. Chair, you'll be familiar with it. That states that the leasehold interest does constitute an ownership interest in the property. Then again, the corporation overview showing that they are active, showing their address, and then showing that they are the overarching group is indeed a seminary of learning.
You're still
So
looking.
as far as you know, they are not a registered education institution with the province?
I'm not sure how that's material to my request. The
Well,
Ivy Education Group is a seminary of learning.
Yeah.
This
Sorry,
property
I
is being
guess-
used by, is being used by them, and they own the leasehold interest in Unit 2 of the subject property. So I'm not sure. The schools are not in Canada, but that's immaterial.
Yeah, I was just wondering if they meet that criteria in terms of seminary of learning, and I would be thinking that they would be registered with the province of Manitoba in that regard.
No, a seminary of learning would typically have a pretty broad and liberal application from what we've seen. But this one is fairly cut and dry in my mind. It is an education group. They operate schools. Not sure what else to tell you.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there's anything like that in terms of them being registered with the province, because I guess anyone could put education in their company name and be considered a seminary of learning, and I'm not really sure you want to do that, but that's just what I was thinking.
They run 13 kindergartens and schools in 5 cities, so they're not simply putting the word education in their name or whatever. So they run a school. This is part and parcel of a group that runs.
They run a school in 5 cities in China.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is the administration offices then, correct?
Yes.
Administration offices don't count under the act. Where's the rest of the act? Did you put it all in here?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I'm afraid we have to look at all of that. Mr. Wong?
That's all my questions.
Diane, do you have any questions?
So this is just the office for a company that works in China that does education in China, correct?
They run schools in China, yeah, and so those schools were seminaries of learning. And we read this as this property is used for that seminary of learning. So
it's not, there's no learning in this actual office. It's just the home base for the learning that takes place in other countries, correct?
that's my understanding. Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, do you have any questions?
No, not at this time.
Have you looked into the act to see if administrative buildings are covered under it?
I'm not sure. No, I've just looked through. No, I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of it?
Of administrative buildings not being included.
Administration buildings are not included.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
That's fine.
But I mean, we should see it in the act. And Mr. Wong, you should have brought that. You have that in your file, don't you?
Unfortunately, I do not. I was not aware of the request for change in classification for the property.
Okay. I hate to do this, but we're gonna have to take another short recess. Oh my God.
Leave the room as well?
Yes.
Okay. 2, 1, we are live.
Thank you.
Marcel, Mr. Laurent,
Yes.
Ron, I spoke with my supervisor about this, and I think with regards to it being a seminary of learning, I'm not sure if this meets that criteria in terms of a place of learning, because I don't believe it has a classroom. I don't believe it has a curriculum. I don't believe it has students, and I don't believe it has teachers at this particular location. So that's pretty much, I think, as far as I know, that is the that is a test in terms of determining whether it is a seminary of learning or not.
Well, we've already made our decision, Mr. Wong, but
Okay.
thank you for your information anyway. We've decided that we're going to not give the classification to this. And now, Mr. Agate, is there something on liability now?
No, that was all part and parcel.
That was all part of the same?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Wong, you want to take over and go back to the beginning and start it up?
Sure.
Please and thank you.
Okay, the subject property is 1355 Pembina Highway. The roll number is 030-708-75000. The file number is 22-2240. This is a residential multi-use property. It's 3 stories high. It was built in 2014 and it has 8 suites with 12 outdoor parking stalls. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 are some interior photos of the subject property. On page 5 is our income valuation summary. For the apartment, we use average rents of $974 to get a potential income of $93,000. We use a 4.2% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $89,000. And we use the 44% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $49,000. Capped at 3.95%, the estimated market value is $1,253,000. For the office portion, the estimated operating income is $16,360, capped at 4.5%. The estimated value is $344,000, and the estimated annual NOI for the retail is $22,000, capped at 5.8%. The estimated value is $385,000. On page 6 is some information on the subject property. There's 8 apartment units. For the office space, there's 1,064 square feet, and for the retail space, there's 1,195 square feet. And the rates for the office are $17.39, and the rates for the retail is $20.93. On page 7 are some rent comparables showing that the rents we've used are in line with what's in the market. On page 8 are some comparable leases that range from $18 to $27. On page 9 is a summary of the income and expenses supplied by the owner. To estimate their operating income, I use their average income from 2019 to 2020 at $141,000, and then I estimated their expenses for 2019 and 2020 by averaging the 2 years at $54,000, giving an estimated operating income of $86,500. This supports the model's estimated net operating income of $88,000. On page 10 and 11 is information on how we derived our cap rates, with some cap rate sales that range from 3.6 to 5.74%. On page 13 And 13 and 14 is the income and expense information provided by the owner. So the actual operating income of the subject property supports the model, and I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $1,982,000.
Question, Jared.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Wong, again, we have the model suggesting 2 buildings, but can we agree that there's indeed 1 building on site?
Yes.
Okay. And then again, when you're referencing the gross floor area per unit, this actually makes more of a difference. So you're suggesting that the suites are 1,056 square feet, but they're actually 774 square feet. Are you aware of that?
If you do the calculation like you did and remove the leasable area, then yes.
Right, because the CRUs aren't part of the apartments, right? They're separate and apart, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in terms of the rents that you've applied, did you consider the actuals, or are these all model derived?
It is model derived.
Okay. Now, we don't disagree with the vacancy, but we can agree that if 1 unit's vacant, that's a 12.5% vacancy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Expense ratio looks fine. Now, the main thing that sticks out to us here on the apartment is that cap rate. So that's 3.95. What is that based on? That doesn't appear to be, that falls well beyond the range of what you've submitted that the brokers are saying, and it's beyond the range of your sort of the bulk of your percentiles there. So can you explain why the model would generate a cap rate on the multifamily of 3.95%?
I think it might be because it's a smaller building, but we do have cap rates that range from 3.6 to 5.74. And what I've seen, when I see other cap rates, I have seen cap rates that are as low as the 3.9 that is applied in this case.
Okay, but nothing in evidence to support, correct?
Aside from the 3.6 to 5.74, no.
Okay. All right. So let's look at the office stream next. We agree with the vacancy rate. We agree with the shortfall. Again, I'll deal with the non-recoverables. You've not submitted anything for either the retail or the office to support that 3%. Is that fair?
That is fair to say. Okay. It's also fair to say that we've reviewed the sales of the previous cycle, and we found that our 2 and 3% are well substantiated.
Okay, but nothing to review.
No.
For this board or for the owner. Okay. Now for the cap rate on your office, if I go to your table, so there's no individual cap rates for the office. It's just the table, correct? There's no sales examples.
No. The tables are based off of sales of office and retail properties that we have, and that's how we established the cap rates for the office and retail.
Okay, but if we call this a suburban B, for example, we're seeing, well, should be between 6 to 7.75 by the looks of it, but the cap rate that you're using here is 4.75. What is that based on?
It is based off of the sales and income and expense analysis that we have that the modelers have looked at.
Okay, but we can agree, and this goes for the retail cap rate as well. These are outside of, or I should say the office cap rate is outside of your 20th and 80th percentile. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
There are cap rates that are in the lower 20th percentile that are lower than 5.6, and there are cap rates that are higher than the 6.9 in the upper 20th percentile.
And the owner is reporting that the lease is gross in this property. Is that correct? Because per page 13 of your submission, so we're clear.
I'm not sure if that indicates it.
Yeah, on page 13 on the mailer, top left corner, income type, he's checked off gross, correct?
Yeah, that's usually. I'm not sure if that's usually that's applicable to the residential portion. I'm not sure if it's applicable to the non-residential portion.
Okay. For your rental comps, now are these a mix of retail and office?
Yes.
Okay, and I didn't go through all of them, but can we agree that comp 2 and 3, they're in the same strip, and one's a pharmacy and one's a restaurant? Is that fair?
If you say so, I would take your word for it.
Okay, so you haven't investigated these comps to see what the current use is. Is that fair to say?
They are a similar type, and so that's how they were selected.
Okay, I think, Mr. Chair, those are, actually, just very quickly, Mr. Wong, on the income and expense exercise that you've done here, can we agree that the income year over year that you're calculating is going down and the expenses are going up?
It appears so, yes.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Diane, any questions?
I do not.
Michelle, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
I do not. And I do not.
Okay.
On with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So our property, again, is at 1355 Pembina. There's a jeweler on the main floor. That's the owner occupier. And the Ivy Education Group on the in the second unit with 8 residential suites above. The property was built in 2014. I think we're west side of Pembina Highway. This is the southwest corner of Walker and Pembina. So this is considered Fort Garry North. There's some photos you can see. This property, it's a little bit atypical with 2 retailers on the main and then some residential units on the top. So we don't disagree with the 4.2. The expense ratio of 44.8 is similarly not in dispute. We have used the actual rents as reported by the owner. This is on page 11. The model is suggesting 93,598. Actuals are 88,798. Again, we've agreed with a market vacancy based on the suite count, though we do recognize again that a low suite count such as this would create volatility if one unit went vacant, for example. But as I mentioned earlier, we're using the principle where we're stabilizing the vacancy over the life of the asset. So we're not terribly far apart. Our effective gross income is 85,000, 68,000. The model is suggesting 89,667. The total expenses, the total expenses will include some of the expenses that are part and parcel of the whole property. So when we look at this, the assessor is using 40,162 for expenses. We're using a slightly lower number, which is likely not in dispute then, at 38,111. Our net operating income based on an analysis of the actuals is 46,958, contrasted to the assessor's 49,505. The major difference here is that the assessor is using an extremely low cap rate of 3.95, where we are consistently applying 5.25% for newer properties, even though it is smaller, it may present a higher risk profile. 5.25% is reasonable, which leads us to 894,434 for that multifamily income stream. And of course, we round that to 894,000. Now, in terms of the office stream, we have a gross lease and then an owner occupier. So we look to the market. I've included some rental comps here. My best comps for your consideration are on Roblin and Grant. The first one is an insurance office. Second one is a tax return shop. Skirfield is another good one, though it's smaller, and it's for tourism promotion. And then I also have the Markham Professional Center on Pembina. Now that's a new property. It's built in 2000. It's multi-tenant, and you can see the rents there are $16. So that would likely be the best proxy for our property, though it's likely more desirable to be in a larger professional strip, but that's fine. We think $16 is fair, so we've applied that. Vacancy and collection at $6 appears to be doesn't appear to be disputed. Shortfall of $8 is similarly not disputed. Non-recoverables, we continue to apply 7% to the effective gross income arising in the competent management of a property, as I spoke to earlier. Now, I've included the Q1 21 office capitalization rates. This is on page 16, and you can see that we're let's see, that's the brokers. Our own estimate would indicate a cap rate of 7% on this on the small office space. Again, that's the educational group. 7% is reasonable. So that is what we've applied. In terms of the retail, this is on page 19. Again, it's owner occupied. So we've applied a rent that is higher than the assessor at $22, which we think is fair based on the comps that we found, particularly 1, 4, and 5. So I don't think that will be a dispute. We're using a slightly higher rent. The assessor's at $20.93. We've applied $22. Again, in terms of the cap rate on this retail side, we're calling this standard quality. Standard quality, when we include the 5%, should range between 6.75 and 7.25. So we've applied 7%. So on both the suburban office stream, that small office, and the small retail space being used by the owner, we've used a capitalization rate for both streams of 7%. So that leads us, again, on the retail side, to an indicated value for that one unit of $321,155, and the office is coming in at $205,309. So when we round those numbers and add them all together, which is summarized on page 27, we come to an overall value for 2023 of $1,420,000. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Questions, Mr. Wong?
Yeah, just wondering on page 32.
Yeah.
They're indicating that the rents that they have there are net rents.
Those are different tenants. You can see. So
yeah.
That's from that's the 2018 mailer.
Okay, and are those the net rents?
Well, those appear to be net rents, but that's 2018, and we've analyzed 2020.
Okay, but those like if I do a calculation of the last T&M promotions, that works out to $26. Would it be fair to say that that's what the net rent is for that unit?
I haven't calculated it out. Again, I'm looking at the most current leases. So I'm not sure, but I can tell you that the current, like Goldmark, the top one, that's owner occupied. And then the other two are no longer there. So doesn't suppose we haven't considered those. We've just shown the last 3 years of income and expense, but we are using the leases that are relevant to the period that we're discussing.
Okay, that would be all my questions.
Diane, any questions?
I do not.
Michelle, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
I have none. So let's close this file and go on to the next. The next one will be number 6, correct? Centennial.
Yep.
745 Centennial. Mr. Wong, when you are ready.
The subject property is 745 Centennial. The roll number is 120-721-67100. The file number is 22-1527. This is a residential multi-use property. It's 2 stories high. It was built in 1957. There are 10 units and no parking stalls. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 is our income valuation for the apartment. We use average rents of $1,123 to get a potential income of $134,000. We use a 3.2% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $130,000. And we use a 51% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $63,000. Capped at 5.15% of an estimated market value of $1,237,000. On page 5 is information on the residential and commercial portion of the subject property. We used $1,123 for the apartment rents, and we used lease rates of about $19 or $20. On page 6 are some rent comparables showing the residential rents we've used are in line with what's in the market. On page 7 are some comparable leases that range from $18 to $24 in support of the model rates. On page 8 is a summary of the income and expenses for the subject property. In 2020, their estimated net operating income is $112,000, and that supports the model's a net operating income of $112,000. On page 9 and 10 is information on how we derived our cap rates with some cap rate sales that range from 3.6 to 5.74%. Page 12 to 15 are the income and expenses submitted by the owner. So the overall performance of the building and their net operating income supports the model's net operating income. So I ask that you make the assessed value at $1,887,000.
Questions, Jared?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple. Mr. Wong, we're just effectively we've boiled it down to the cap rate on the multifamily. We're within $3,000 of each other on the commercial. So I'll leave that with the board and won't belabor it. But we can agree that this property was built in 1957, but there's an effective year of 1958. So is that based on an observation or a calculation, or what would give rise to an adjustment to the effective year of only one, or the effective age of only 1 year?
I'm not sure what would give that why the effective year of 1 year was added. I'm not sure.
Okay. And can we agree that the multifamily is, you best describe this as a commercial row house? Is that fair?
I'm not sure.
Does the model consider the type of construction in its output?
I'm not sure how that might affect the rates.
Okay. Now, does suite mix affect the output?
I am not sure.
Can we agree that this is call it an atypical suite mix? It has 2 bachelors, 2 1-bedrooms, and 6 3-bedrooms. That's a bit odd, isn't it?
I don't. I wouldn't say it's odd. It just is what the suite mix is.
Right, but it's not typical to see a property with 3-bedroom units, but no 2-bedroom units, is it? In your experience?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Just very quickly. Now, again, because this property has a low suite count, but it has a leasable area of that 5,784, it would appear that the gross area per unit would be overstated, would it not? Based on the conversation we've had, can we agree that the model, or what's been presented here on page 6 of the gross floor area per unit, is overstating the size of the apartment suites, because it's including and apportioning the leasable area of the CRU, the commercial rental unit. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's. We know exactly how the property is how that number is calculated.
Right.
So, I mean, if you're saying it might affect the income in a inaccurate manner, it seems like the actual income that it's taking in is actually.
No, I wonder if it affects the cap rate. I'm wondering if it affects the cap rates, particularly, because that's my only point of contention here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it does.
Okay. No, if you don't know, that's okay. I think those are my only questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Michelle, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Diane, any questions?
I do not, thanks.
Neither do I. On with your presentation, please.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so once again, we are at 745 Centennial. This will be in the Grant Park neighborhood. The property is it's an older property. It's a 2-story multifamily. It's built in 1957. It does have retail facing onto Grant Avenue, and then commercial row housing onto the on the side street behind. It is all attached. It is all one building. So our point of contention here is that I've mentioned that our calculation on the commercial side is 647,228 using a 7.5 cap. We're within $3,000. We're fine on that. We're within an acceptable range. Where we do differ is on the cap rate. So based on the age of this property, based on the fact that it does have a poor suite mix, based on the fact that it's a commercial row house, which represents a different economic opportunity, we've applied a cap rate of 6%. So the NOI used by the city is $63,689. I believe the assessor has mentioned that the model has adequately captured the NOI, and we're not disputing that. In fact, we're suggesting that the NOI that we're coming to is $66,959, so just a touch higher. But we believe that 5.15 cap rate, given what we know about apartments and in the apartment market in Winnipeg, we believe that's extremely low, particularly for this property. So we have applied a cap rate of 6%. So given a 6% cap and an NOI of $66,959, we come to an indicated market value on the multifamily stream of $1,115,981, which we then round to $1,116,000. When taken together with our calculation on the commercial side, we come to an overall value at the reference date of $1,803,000, which we believe more adequately represents a market view of this property. So again, we do respectfully submit that the value as of the April 21 reference date not exceed $1,803,000. And a thank you.
Questions, Mr. Wong?
Just on page 18.
Yep.
Is that indicating that the commercial base rent is $83,450?
Let's see. Sorry, on page 18, the commercial, so we have the residential rent. Oh, commercial rate base rent, $83,450. That's what they've recorded. Yeah.
Okay, and you're utilizing 56,000?
We are utilizing, well, we get to almost the exact same number in different ways. So we're not arguing over the $2,800 on the commercial side. So
okay, but I guess the income you're using is about 30,000 lower than what they've reported. Is that correct?
let me just look here. Make sure this is a net lease. I didn't spend much time, to be quite honest with you, Mr. Long, because we're in agreement. So if you'd like me to agree to the 650, I'm absolutely fine with that.
That'd be all my questions.
Michelle? None?
No
Diane?
question. Thank you.
Diane, question?
No questions, thanks.
And I've got no questions, so that'll conclude that matter. We're just rocking along here. We're going to number 7 at 2141 Pembina Highway. And Mr. Wong, when you are ready.
Okay, the subject property is 2141 Pembina Highway. The roll number is 030-629-30800. The file number is 22-2669. This is a residential multi-use property. It's 3 stories high. It was built in 1989, and it has 111 suites with 157 outdoor parking stalls. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 are some interior pictures of the subject property. On page 5 is just some information on the suites. This is the 55 plus. On page 6 is our income valuation summary. For the apartment, we use average rents of $1,274 to get a potential income of $1,697,000. We use a 4.2% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $1,626,000, and we use the 46% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $874,000. Kept at 5.2%, we have an estimated market value of $16,821,000. The estimated operating income for the retail portion is $3,242. Kept at 5.6%, we have an estimated market value of $58,000. On page 7 is some information on the residential and commercial portion of the subject property. There's 111 suites with average rents of $1,274, and there's 200 square feet of leasable area at $18.24 a square foot. On page 8 are some rent comparables, showing that the rents that we've used are in line with what's in the market. And the same thing with page 9 with regards to comparable leases. On page 10 is a summary of the income and expenses submitted by the owner. In 2020, their income was 1,622,000 or 662, sorry. Their expenses are 1,280,000, but that included some mortgage and capital expense. In adjusting for those items, their operating expenses for 2020 is about 826,000. To estimate their operating income, use their 2020 income of 1,662,000 and average their expenses from 2017 to 2020 at 747,000, estimating their net operating income to be about 915,000. This supports the model's net operating income of 877,000. And with regards to the 2018 and 19 mailers, I didn't look at them because those mailers weren't detailed, so they had numbers that were lumped together, and so you weren't able to determine, I guess, what was capital, what might be capital in those years. But when you look at 2017 and 2020, which have detailed income and expense statements, their estimated operating income is about 915,000. On page 11 and 12 is information on how we derived our cap rates with some cap rate sales that range from 3.6 to 5.74%. And the remainder of my brief is the 2020 and 2017 income statement. So when you look at the actual net operating income, it supports the model. So I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $16,879,000.
Questions?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wong, you mentioned that it was difficult to net out what was capital, but I'm looking at the submission here, and it looks like they've given you an income statement that's very well itemized. Would you not agree?
Yeah, but I was talking about for 2018 and 19 mailers.
Oh, okay. Okay, can we agree though? You mentioned the effective income for 20. I think you said 1,662,684, correct? Is that right?
Yeah, 1,662.
Yeah, okay, and that's correct. But that same mailer will show you that their expenses are 914,716. So that leads to an expense ratio of 55%, correct?
Oh, what page is that on the income statement?
Well, you'd have to break it down. I'll go through it in my presentation, but you have to go through the exercise of actually itemizing those items. But when you looked at the expenses, we can see that between 18, 19, and 20, the expenses were always between, call it 800,000 and 915, but the model has used 751. So that's fairly low, is it not? Based on the actual performance, based on the actual expenses?
Well, if you look on my page 10, their indicated expenses for 2020 are $1,280,000. But that
sorry,
$1,280,000.
On where? Sorry, I'm trying to follow you. On page 10.
Yeah.
You're showing. Oh, I see $1,280,000 on the expenses. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get to 826.
Yeah.
Okay, but the model's applied 751. So that's too low, isn't it?
Well, when you look at 2017, when you include when you take 2017 into consideration, their expenses are about 747,000, which is it looks like it would be similar to the model.
Okay, so the model for 2020 is more similar to 2017 than it is for 2020. Is that what you're saying?
No, like you can see in the expenses when you consider both 2017 and 2020, their expenses are about 747,000.
Okay. no, the expenses in 2020 are 914,000. That's the issue. And in 18, they're 802,035 bucks. And in that's in 19, and in 18, they're 832,697. The point is that 751,000 in the last 3 years of operations, that would be very low. Save for, I suppose, 2019, that's at 800,000. But the ratio has always been at least, 48.9, 51.6. Okay, I'll get to that in my presentation. That's fine. But so the issues, Mr. Chair, that we're dealing with are the expense ratio and the cap rate. We actually have a higher, effective gross income, but our expenses are higher. So, okay. That 5.2% cap, that's modeled, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is a seniors residence, is that fair to say?
55 plus.
Okay, and it has multiple buildings on site, is that fair? It's got 3 buildings in the compound?
Yes.
Okay, so does the model consider a higher cap rate for the maintenance and management of 3 separate buildings on one site?
I'm not sure.
Okay, those are my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Diane, any questions?
I do not.
Michelle, any questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
I do not. So let's move on with your presentation.
Thanks, sir. So again, 2141 Pembina. This property was built in 1989. It is indeed 55 plus. It has 3 1-bedrooms and then 108 2-bedrooms. So that would be considered a positive in based on what we're seeing in today's market. The assessor, there's a retail space of 58,000. We're not disputing that. That's a little hair salon, as is typical in some of these seniors places. There's a little space where the folks can get a haircut. So that we're not disputing that. That's $58,000. That's fine. Again, we're in Fort Garry, a regular parcel. We have 3 different buildings on site, and they're 3 stories each. The site size is 5.7 acres. It's zone C2, 111 units. So in terms of our dispute here, I'll direct you to page 11. We are not contesting the 4.2%. That appears to be in line. That's used by the assessor. We're okay with that. Our potential market gross rents are lower than the assessor. We're at $1,681,888. The model is at $1,697,408. But when we factor for market vacancy and then consider parking income is going to be the major difference here. We come to an effective gross income of $1,637,054, which is slightly higher than the assessor's $1,626,117. So we have provided a 3-year stabilization of the expenses. You can see that the expense ratio in 18 was 51.6 with 832,697 expenses. Slightly lower in 19 with a 48.9 expense ratio, $802,035. And then in 2020, the most recent year to our reference state, we see total expenses of $914,716, which leads to an expense ratio of 55%. When we stabilize those expenses, that's in the column that says average 18 through 20. When we average those expenses, we come to $849,816, leading to an expense ratio of 51.8%. But when we further stabilize them in that stabilization column, we come to total expenses of $823,146, which is higher than the model's $751. That leads us to an expense ratio of 50.3%, which is absolutely reasonable given the age of this property. given the fact that we have 3 buildings. So our overall NOI becomes 813,908, and again, that is calculated using actuals. So that's our first issue. We believe that the stabilized actuals are a better indicator of value rather than a mass appraisal model. So we can see here that our analysis concluded the NOI ought to be no more than 813,908. And we have applied a cap rate of 5.75. So no adjustments made to our baseline capitalization rate. 5.75 is very reasonable with all points taken into consideration. So when we capitalize that NOI at 5.75, we come to an overall indicated market value as of April 1, 2021 of $14,154,915, which is then rounded to $14,155,000. I think that's basically my presentation. Again, the retail income stream is within an acceptable range. It's not in dispute. So we do respectfully submit the value not exceed $14,213,000. But also my brief are the financials that support the 3-year stabilization that we've submitted here for your consideration today. And I thank you.
Mr. Wong, questions?
No questions.
Michelle?
No questions, thank you.
Diane, any questions?
I do not, sir.
And I do not either. So that will conclude that matter. We'll go to item number 8, 717 Osborne. When you're ready, Mr. Wong.
Okay, the subject property is 717 Osborne. The roll number is 120-035-530-00. The file number is 22-2904. This is a residential multi-use property. It's 3 stories high and it was built in 1911. There's 20 suites with 10 outdoor parking stalls. On page 3 is a picture of the subject property with its location. On page 4 is our income valuation summary. We use average rents of $1,171 for the apartment, giving a potential of $281,000. We used a 3.2% vacancy to get an effective gross income of $272,000, and we used a 45% expense ratio to get a net operating income of $148,000. Capped at 5.8% of an estimated market value of $2,555,000. The estimated operating income for the retail portion is $62,000, capped at 7.4%. The estimated market value is $850,000, and the estimated operating income for the restaurant is $37,000, capped at 6.6%. The estimated value is $567,000. On page 5 is information on the residential and commercial portions, indicating the model rents for the apartment and the rates for the commercial portion. Page 6 are rent comparable, showing the rents we've used are in line with what's in the market. On page 7 are some comparable leases supporting the model rates. On page 8 and 9 is information on how we derived our cap rates with some cap rate sales that range from 3.6 to 5.74%. And the remainder of the brief are the income statements supplied by the owner. So the model rents and cap rates are supported by the market, and the commercial rates are supported by the market as well. I ask that you maintain the assessed value at $3,972,000.
Jared?
Yep.
Questions?
Thank you. Mr. Wong, have you ever visited this property?
When the restaurant, the bistro restaurant, I've been there.
Okay, and we can agree it's an older building. It's 111 years old with no adjustment by the owners or by the city, I should say. Actual year is 1911, effective year is 1911.
Yes.
Okay. It's got a very low amount of parking. We agree on that,
Well, it has 10 stalls.
right? Okay, but it also has, okay. All right. It has 20 suites and it has rental units. So that would be a low parking ratio. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, we can agree that it's not exactly 1-to-1, but there's a lot of apartment buildings that aren't 1-to-1.
Okay. And right, because this was, I think this property was built before cars were a consideration, right?
It was built in 1911.
Right. Okay. So are you aware of any permits since the last cycle on this property that you've submitted into evidence or that you've reviewed?
Not as far as I know.
Okay. But I guess my other question is when the department's reviewing the new assessments, do they do a check based on, I've heard it said before that there's a check on percentage increase. Is that correct?
Sometimes we check for properties that might have increased drastically.
Okay. And with this property, without talking about previous cycles, would this property have been checked for a large increase, let's say over the previous cycle? Would anyone have checked on that? To your knowledge?
It appears that a colleague would have taken a look at it.
Okay. All right. Okay. And so the increase is justified from the city's perspective. So you've included the reference to a sale here. Now it's older, but do you have any details on that sale? 653,000 in 2002?
No.
Okay. And then, okay. All right. Now, in terms of the capitalization rate, it's higher than what we've seen, but it's still fairly low given the age. Can I assume that everything here on page 4 is model derived?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And in terms of page 5, the rental area that you're using, that doesn't agree with the rent roll, does it? The owner's reporting 8,770 and you're showing 9,699, correct?
It appears so.
Okay, and then you're using a number of premises that I can't seem to make out here, but why is the model suggesting there's a 1 square foot premise at 4874 square foot? What gives rise to that? A bit confused by that.
I'm not sure. It might be just a token, something in a token in nature.
Oh, okay. Now, we agree that your page 7, you've got a rent on Corridon. Would that be considered superior to the subject?
Potentially.
Okay, and then same question for that. All of these others, these 4 in the 100 block of Osborne, that would be considered the strip, the main strip of the village. Is that fair to say? That everybody knows is Osborne Village, where our subject is in South Osborne. Is that fair?
It appears to be in a similar area in Osborne.
But it's in the main, sort of the main drag, the main retail strip, correct? These comps.
That's where they're located.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I think I will address everything else in my presentation. I think those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Diane, any questions?
I do not.
Michelle, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, and I have no questions. On with your presentation.
Thank you very much. We are at 717 Osborne. So again, we're in South Osborne. We have a building that was built in 1911. Again, we've mentioned that it has a low amount of parking. We have 9 one-bedroom units and 11 two-bedroom units in the multifamily stream. Now we have a higher NOI, so just
the cap rate.
we're just on the cap rate precisely. We are using 6.5% given the age, given our historic treatment of this property. So we have an NOI of 156,597. The assessor's at 148,203. So we're disputing the 5.8 cap, and we are using a 6.5% cap, slightly lower than the agreed cap on the previous cycle. So with that being said, the value on the multifamily becomes 2,409,181, which we then round to 2,409,000, which brings us to the retail income stream.